Hello! Hi everyone! Happy Wednesday! Happy MSQ Day! How's everyone doing? Oh boy, you guys have been busy. Hi Sora! Hi Ruby! Hi Opal! Hi Nelrum! Hi Frankaboom! Hi Tenjeng! Hi Asterin! Hi Mr. Jesus! Did I get everyone? How are you guys doing? Oh boy, long stream today? Oh god, I hope not. How far did we get again last time? I finished in between ATS Scope and Mothercrystal. So Mothercrystal is the next thing I need to do. You're getting closer to the end. I know, it's so close. Just a bit more. Yeah, we are not trusting that anymore. Those days have passed. Hi Sethi, how are you doing? Fighting mommy next? Yes, we have to prove our worth. Oh god. Yeah, I was actually thinking, if it's okay with you guys, I would kind of want to wait for Blue to get home before we do that. He did not ask me this time. This is just me wanting him to be there. So he should be here in about an hour. So if we want to, you know, get a little bit of a warm up here before we go into that fight, because you know I'm not ready yet. All right. So actually, one thing that I think I'm gonna do. So I'm in a grind mood right now because this is what I've been working on. It's your stream. Yes, it is, but you guys are here with me. Can do roulettes or just chill or who knows. Yeah, so what I've been doing on my own time is this. I've been working on my crafters and gatherers, and here's where I am right now. So my gatherers are all level 90. And I've been doing the purple script grind to get them the purple script gear, which is going to be my first step of improving their gear. And I actually have... They all have the perfectionist set now, and it's melded. So that's how far I am with those. Now I'm working on crafters. Not quite as far with those ones. So, as you guys can see, the ones I have the lowest level here are the ones that need those goddamn skins. I just hit 85 Fisher, congrats! Easy way to get purple script gear is custom deliveries. Oh yeah, I did those. So, I need a buttload of skins. So, I think what I want to do as a warm-up is farm fates. So that I can get gems. So that I can buy skins. So, that's kind of my plan. Because that's what I've been doing this morning. And oh boy, I still need to... Because, you know, Leatherworker, I'm gonna need a lot of skins. I found sending retainers for skins is a lot easier than farming 2,000 mobs for them. Oh yes, it definitely is, and believe you me, I utilize them whenever I can. It's just that, hi Grotan, how you doing? It's just that I haven't done the best possible gear for my retainers yet, so they can't get me the skins I need. So I'm gonna have to go and get them myself. I need to do their gear at some point as well, but it's just, it has not been the priority. The priority has been to get my own first. So yeah. Retainers plus fate farming. Yeah, the fate farming is what I have to stick to for now. By the way, don't do the trial roulette now with the 89 jobs, since there are a slight chance to land in the new trial. That's true. Something similar happened to me with a duty. Oh no. Just a warning. That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, we're not touching those. Because it is unlocked. Oh, and by the way, I know I can, since we are gonna go in, I'm gonna go into it alone. Hi Gaps, how are you doing? Hi Vincent, how are you doing? Continuing MSQ? Yes, today will be an MSQ day. However, we're gonna wait for Blue to get home because I am gonna be selfish. I want him to be here. So, yeah. But what was I gonna say? Something about going to that thing alone. Oh, right. So, since I am gonna be going there alone, I know I can just do the duty support from here, but I actually want to get to the actual location because I want to talk to the NPCs before I start the trial. So I need to find my way there at some point. But, how about some fates? Where shall we go? I would say Endwalker regions, because then we get 14 gems per fate, right? So, this is... How about Thavnair? Let's see if there's something there. Let's see what we have here. Wait. That's just about to end. 5 minutes could be enough, maybe? 8 minutes there would be enough for sure. Is 5 minutes gonna be enough for that one? So yeah, if anyone wants to come and help with these, you are more than welcome to do so. I am gonna be doing this, cause man, I need, oh, by the way, let's get Choco here for some extra quickness. Let's go, Choco, you can do it. Five minutes should be fine, yes. Hi Kindle, how you doing? Hi Ruby, thank you for coming to help. Hey, thank you for coming. Doing X number of fates also unlocks new levels on the... Oh, right! So it's good to do these regardless. But yeah, I need gems for skins. Crafting is fun. Crafting is the best part of the game. Almost done with this one. Yay! Look at that! Now I can get 7 skins. Where do we have a next one? 6 minutes for that one. Should we try that one? So that would be next to Polaka's stand. Mesmerizing moths. also party if that makes things easier. Oh, hello. Look at me going. Whoosh. There we go. Oh, I feel like I did this fight today already. Like I said, I've been doing this. Significantly easier to party. Alright. Let's do that. Let me just... Let me find you guys. Invite to party. Invite to party. So many chocobos fighting. The important things, right? Yay! Alright, where do we have more? Oh, there's one right next to us. Hello, can you please stop doing that? Thank you. Alright, there's one next to us. Pika Pujamba. Only one? It's not a group of stuffs. Alright then. There we go. Oh, there's the group of stuffs. Thank you for guys for doing this with me. It's so much faster to do it this way. The target so that I can fly. Can't fly. There we go. Alright. What shall we do next? Is 5 minutes gonna be enough for that? I think it should be. where's the next one? In this direction. Ooh. I see. No, little Hamsa, we don't need you. No, fine. Let's get rid of you then as well. There we go. That was quick. Do we have more here? There's one at the very top. Why does the icon why is the icon like a castle-y thingy on the one on the right? What does that mean? Does it mean something specific? Delivery quest? Oh. Or delivery fate. How does that work? Alright. Bugs! Hello. Ooh, that's a lot of friends. There's notes in the fate that you have to gather and deliver to specific NPC. Oh, so kind of like whenever we have like a seasonal event and you have to like, in the last one you had to collect eggs and then bring them to the dude. Similar way. That was quick. These are so quick. Alright, where do we have the next one? Oh, next to the Polka stand again. No, every single time. Invite me? Are you here, by the way? There you are. I can see you. I will. You're so tiny. Invite to party. There we go. Oh no, not you. Damn it. Did not need to bring that into this mix. There we go. Alright. you guys. This is so quick like this. We have no more here. Where shall we go next? How about Garlemald? Is that okay? Also, I'm playing Scholar for that bonus 1%. Alright, let's see. Do we have anything in here? Oh, we have Bunch. Oh, 3 minutes? I think with this party that should be enough, right? Maybe? Nettle Gear Solid. Man, these fate names. Hello, dude. I'm also here to help. Ninja Cat Boy Ashton. Oh, where can I see you? Oh, here. I see you. Invite to party. Welcome. All right. The next one is right up from us. Yes. Alright. There's one up here to the right. I love that I can use an AoE on a Fate and not get killed. Nice. Are we Fate farming? We are Fate farming because I started my crafting journey and I need my crafting grinding, and we're not gonna have time for that one. And I need skins. Ooh, that one doesn't have time. A time. You need to trigger it. My job to make sure of that healer god complex. Healers are like that. Man, I'm gonna get so many skins after this. My crafting is gonna be so satisfying. Warrior and Fates are quite good. I need to level up my warrior. I think it's still at like 50... What is it? 53. Yeah, not quite at the level where I could do these. I only need gemstones. I need those too. Wait, there's a new one here? Why does it show up again here? Same, and game crafting sucks. It's the best! Is it gonna show up here again? Because it shows up like this. Maybe. No, now it's gone. Nah. It was just leftover stuffs. Alright, we have nothing in here. Where shall we go then? Lab next? Labyrinthus? You mean this? Ah, let's try. Yeah, okay, let's try Labyrinthus next. I will be your Uber. Oh god, except I have the music here again. That's fine. There's one right next to us. Are we ready to listen to this music? Wait. Does this override it? No? Oh god, we're gonna be listening to the music. Sorry. Alright. You know what? Well, that was quick. Alright, we have a lot up top. Yes. We have here 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Yeah, let's go to the 5 minutes one first. Can I join too? Of course you can! Just show up and I will invite you to the party. And if you have shown up already and I just can't see you here, let me know and I'll open my eyes. Alright, do we have time to get the Let It Grow? Hi X-Freeze, how you doing? Ooh. It looks like poo. Poop. It's a pile of poop. Oh. Sure. Hey. Ah! Invite to party. You doing fate farming? Yes, we're doing fate farming until Blue gets here, and after that it's MSQ time again. Because I need a buttload of skins for my crafting, so... levels. Sure. Man, this was the best idea ever. Alright, do we have more here? There's one at the very bottom. To join when there's still a spot open? Welcome! Yes, of course. Anyone who wants to join are welcome to do so. Alright, so we need to collect these thingies. Oh, they're not gonna let me do this. Yes, they are. This, and then let's give them to the dude. Yes, I've got a buttload. Wait, we can leave, even though it's not finished? Hi Lucas, how you doing? It'll auto finish itself? Okay. good to know that you don't have to wait for that. Get you here. No, not that one. Invite to party. There you go. Alright, do we have more? Ah, we do have more. Can you please forget those so that I can fly? There we go. Alright. Oh, there's one at the very top. I see. Today's lurk day. Gonna watch in the background while I attend too many meetings that could have been an email. Oh my god, I know that feeling. I know that feeling. Wait, how many do I already have? 260? My god. I'm not gonna have to do this in a while. I love it. I see balloons. Alright, little sink, and we're off. Do we have more? There's one at... Alright. Did I miss the trial? No, you did. No, you did not. We have not started MSQ yet because I want to wait until Blue gets home. So instead, what we're doing to warm up a little bit is we're doing some fake grinding because I need a lot of skins for my crafting. We're farming gems. Yep, exactly. Need those gems. Oh my god. I cannot see which one is a living and which one is a dead one. This is gonna help me out so much. There is a 1. Gives me time to get some chores done then? Yeah. Wait, is there any cap? Oh, there's 1,000 cap on gems. Okay. I don't think we're gonna reach that today. All right. How quickly do fates respawn? Depends on the fate? Okay. Some spawn every hour? Oh, okay. Okay. Oh my god. One at the very bottom. Why can't I teleport? There we go. Alright. On my way. If you get status debuffed, it can prevent TV. I think it was just because there were so many party members at that aetheryte, so it wasn't able to pick it up. Okay, I'm here. Well, I mean, sure, I can do this too. Nice. Do we have more? There's one next to us. Well moisturized researcher. All right. Here we go. Take my one. All right. Okay. And we can leave that be. There's one at the top, and that's the only one. Yes. Hello, my love. Welcome home. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. All right. Now that blue is here, well, let's do the one. Let's do the one and then we'll call it here for fates. And then we can actually get started. Whew. thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Doing a fate farm? Yes, I asked people to do fates with me because I need gems, because I need a buttload of skins so that I can level up my Leatherworker. So now I have 372 gems. Thank you everyone, and this is actually perfect because we're exactly where we need to be now for my MSQ, so I can get started on that. Thank you everyone for joining. Alright, so... Buying with gemstones is so much easier, especially when you can do a grind session like this. While we were waiting for you, I got 372! I'm not gonna need to do this in a while. To be fair, you don't have to be in that room to do the trial. I know, but I want to talk to the NPCs before I do it, so I do want to go there. What is your fate level at? Hang on, where was it? Oh my god, I can get so many of those. Where was it? Shared fate. Here. It's trial time? It is trial time, yes. Alright. Alright. So. Is this? Yes. Thank you. Call? Yes. 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 Just a sec. Just a sec. Just a sec. I see you. Hello.
Mahalo.
Hi, and welcome home. How was work? Worky?
Trying.
Alright, I'm gonna have to disband the party because I'm going into a solo thing. But yeah, I want to get to the place where we have the NPCs because I want to talk to the NPCs.
And by that you mean talk to Graha.
Yes.
Can't fool me, I already know.
Yeah. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to share me with Graha. I hope you're okay with that.
I will fight him for that.
Oh?
And lose.
Oh, Ruby, I love that emote.
That is definitely a top tier emote.
Yes, it is. Oh my god, I need to handle my gear also, but I'm gonna first get myself to the right place. Passage to the Mothercrystal. I hope this is where I was supposed to go. Oh yes! See, this is where we left off last time. Those ear wiggles, right? Alright. Extract materia. I'm a little bit nervous. Alright, I think my gear is all good.
Oh my god, what Estinian says is so funny.
Of course, you talk to Estinian.
Well, of course I do. He's the Azure Dragoon.
Well, I'm gonna talk to Graha, the cat boy.
Graha! He's the cat boy.
Oh my gosh. Alright. Never, in the past, present, or future, have I found only happiness. To live is to be ever beset by hardships great and small. Oh, the music in here! Yet, it is in adversity we find the strength to strive for the next moment of peace, and the next, no matter what trials we face. By this strength have the will of gods been defied, and the fortunes of men been forever changed. May it be so again this day. Aww. What? Surprised to hear me and love mentioned in the same breath? Yes. I've not a heart of stone. Even in my darkest hour, there were people I cared for. Mentors. Comrades. That mad woman who gave her life for us. Then you and
I miss you, Ysel.
Then you and Alphino threw my eyes off a bridge, and I've never known peace since. Threw my eyes off a bridge. You mean your balls?
Exactly. God dang it. You're obsessed with balls, and I'm obsessed with bananas. To each their own.
Sounds like we have very similar interests. Oh god. Hello, Alfie. If strength is the courage to confront your failings and accept that you are worthy of another chance, to rise from the ashes while the fire still burns, bloodied but unbound, then my friends have made me strong. Aww. Alize. Emet called us incomplete. Pitiful creatures, he said, and maybe we are. Pain, grief, fear, they walk with us wherever we go. But we proved to him that we deserve to live, and we'll prove it to Heidel and Metian, to the universe itself if we must. Hello, Ryujay. Should we bring our singular talents to bear as one, even gods may fall. Nevertheless, I prithee throw thyself not into peril, lest our curative resources be spent. What? Pain and despair, aye, we're old friends. I've lost count of the times I've cursed my own powerlessness.
Opal, your term got automated and then approved, so no sad face.
But it's the blessed moments in between that I choose to hold in my heart, memories and possibilities. I fight to keep those things alive. Minfilia and Reen, to say nothing of you lot, I know, would never settle for less. One more. From the ruins of a sundered paradise did she rise to grant this star a new life. As its will, long as she labored to guide her children. Make no mistake, this trial puts to proof Heidelin's own faith.
Frank Gabi Boom.
Gabi! Wait. Duty support. No. Not yet. I can't read about it in there. I have to read about it in here. Goddess of light, will of the star, Heidelin. From the far reaches of the ethereal sea has she ever called to you, and at last you meet face to face. Though the science would traverse the great expanse in search of medium to forestall the final days, you must first rise to meet her challenge and prove yourselves equal to the task.
Being Anna Call and doing it to you is so important to me that I'm not even going to be watching my baseball during this.
Yep, those are the tears. Yep, I'm crying.
On that note, who's going to win today, guys? Hiroshima Tigers or the Hiroshima Carp?
If he's not watching baseball because of this.
Hey, this is an important moment.
So finally a normal person. Blue won't watch balls?
Oh, I will. Just not right now. Ooh, rude. How dare you. Not teach their own. But I love it. But yeah, I
suck at
love play baseball against Evelyn. Oh, I would. I love so much that this is available as due support. It is the only trial in the game that is available to do with NPCs. You've gone through every single expansion with all of these people, gone through this entire journey, and here you are to do it. Face down a Heidelin, face down this one challenge with them. And I love that. And also the song that's playing, the title is called Your Answer.
Oh.
Ready?
I'm all set. I'm ready. I'm just mentally not ready.
Are we ever?
She's gorgeous. She's all kinds of naked, but gorgeous.
Boy Opal. And I'm definitely going to be doing this as a bard, because if I tried to do it as a white mage, I just can't do it. It would have put Urion J as a DPS.
Oh, right.
Would it change his class to Lithomancer was the title, but it would have the symbol of a summoner. The only one I could possibly say is either doing this as a DPS or as a tank, because if you do it as a tank, then Graha switches to I don't know, maybe a black mage? Another black mage? I wonder if it would call it something else. It calls Ishtola sorceress. That's interesting. Thanks for the confirmation, Ruby. I would still call him an all-arounder, but just give him the like symbol of a black mage, or would it actually say black mage?
Graha can do everything.
I mean, yeah, technically, Stola was a conjurer who went to black mage, and she can still use those powers, but for the trust system, she can only be a DPS. Thank you, Sora. And yeah, Gra's black mage, white mage, paladin, but can't be a white mage for this because Alfie and Ariane are like, dibs, nerd.
That's one way to put it. Oh gosh.
Yeah, for you guys saying in chat, yeah, not quite a true black mage, which makes sense.
Okay, now I'm like this close to being mentally ready. I feel like me waiting for you to get home before doing this was like 80% of me actually wanting you to be here and 20% because I did not want to start stream with something like this. I wanted a little bit of a warm-up and get ready. Alright, are we ready? I think I'm ready.
Alright. Rusa!
Mothercrystal! How you doing?
Alright. 3, 2...
No.
One.
Wait.
I'm pretty sure we did click something after register for duty anyway.
I know.
And also, I'm not 100% certain if I will be able to do this. It should just level sync me, item sync me to 550. Bard, I only have 527.
Wait, you might not even be able to do this?
It'll be fine. I can do it as a white mage for sure.
Alright.
But I'm pretty sure, because it doesn't even say minimum item level required, it just says level
Item
sync,
level
items,
yeah, that's
item sync
the
to 550.
max. That's the max item level you can go in.
No, because there's another
Because that's
one.
what it's going to be synced down to if you're higher than that.
There's another one if you open up duty support. The one before it
Yeah.
has a minimum item level of 520 required to get into it, but your item sync to 550.
Yeah.
This one just says item sync to 550, so I'm pretty sure I'll be good.
Alright. Ooh.
Alright.
Okay, Mothercrystal. Me as a dancer.
3,
yes.
2, 1, register. Yep, alright. Then we'll count down to commence.
Alright, here we go. Minimum item
3,
level 520?
2,
Okay.
1, go.
Wait, my portrait is all wrong again? Well, I don't need it here, but anyway. Why is it all wrong again? What did I change? Mothercrystal.
Divine Light Heidelin.
Oh my god.
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth.
What a party. Now this is the dream team. Estinian, dance with me. Why doesn't it show portraits of other party members?
Oh, that'd be so cute if they went back and gave them portraits for this.
Right? I think it would be so cute. Alright. Alright. Shall we get started?
Alright. I guess I'll count us down again.
Oh my god, look at the crystals! That's so pretty. All right, I'm ready.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. Go, Graha.
Strength of will to alter man's fate.
All right.
A change of arms. May the test continue. I will not hold back. Near or far.
Is that like for both tanks?
Yeah, that's a tank stat.
Ah, first time seeing that. I'm kind of proud that I understood it.
You cannot stop us.
With the mage symbol.
Light unyielding.
Ah, everyone gets it. Gets their own.
Allow me.
You underestimate me. By blade.
I have you. You cannot stop us. Be gone. Something special for you.
Where near or far. By blade.
You cannot stop us.
Okay.
Crystals of light. To me.
My God. Oh.
The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow at hope's demise. Think. Find your way in the darkness.
Thancred running away with the stack marker.
Or fly, my children, and never look back.
Ah, you beat me. I had 85 on that, and you had 84.
Oh. I'm so good at my job.
Crystal light.
Oh, get in.
Ah.
I will not hold back. Let's give them a show. Refulgence eternal.
Oh God, what does this mean? Oh? Oh my God. Oh God.
Oh, that was Alistair that stole the did that limit break?
I am in your debt. Be gone.
High or low.
Oh God. I need to get. Oh, I died. Oh,
Oh
gosh.
no, you dashed to the edge.
Yeah. That's fine.
Head pats for
Have
cat.
you the strength of will to alter man's
Just
fate?
more. Just means you're gonna be able to dance with your allies even all that much more.
A change of arms.
This kind of sucks with the solo, doing this solo.
Oh yeah.
So
Oh.
you have to do all of it again. Like, why? Why can't they just rest?
Graha just almost killed me.
Oh, shit. Forgot about that.
And now they cannot stop us. Light unyielding. I will not hold back.
Be gone.
By blade.
You underestimate me. Be gone. You're mine. You're mine.
Light unyielding.
I can't see whatever that thing is that causes me that.
By blade. Crystals of light. To me. Here. The soul of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow at hope's demise. Think. Find your way in the darkness.
Take that out and say I stole the limb break this time. Alright.
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back. When you are resolved, but this test is far from over. By crystal's light. Where near or far.
No. Damn it.
You underestimate me. Where high or low.
Be gone! You cannot stop us!
Light unyielding. Refulgence eternal.
Be gone!
You now.
Be gone! Be gone! Allow me. I have you.
You underestimate me.
Be gone!
By blade. I have you now.
Be gone!
Succumb not to fear.
This hurts. Be gone! Be gone!
I have you now.
Be gone! You're fine! Be gone!
Light unyielding. I have you now.
Be gone!
Thank you so much for the sub.
So much focus.
Don't distract me. I'm not doing this for the third time.
Hey. There you go. So I just found this out. Sorry.
Has the strength to.
No talking during cutscenes.
I'm sorry. So, I can't remember.
Preferably no keyboard during cutscenes either.
So I'm not 100% certain about this, but it's something that I saw as an Easter egg, and it makes perfect sense, and I love it. Apparently, during this fight, when you one of the first mechanics, it's either Alice or Estinian will not do it right. They will try to basically kind of tough it out and face tank it, get smacked, and then do the rest of the mechanics right. Like, oh no, that was a bad idea. Which kind of fits both their personalities pretty well.
Aww.
But also, while I was trying to figure that out and look this up, apparently you start the battle with 2 stacks of a buff called Willful. If you would be KO'd, instead a stack will be consumed and immobilizing you and reviving you. Note that touching the wall will reset the battle regardless of this buff. And that's so dumb.
Yeah. But yeah, the only joke
there it
story.
is,
Thank you so
yeah.
much for the sub. That is very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. What did I miss here?
That's cool, EG. But yeah, I apparently had a stack of Will to Live get used because Graha ran toward me with his circle AoE and just like smacked me with it. Thanks,
My
Graha.
god, those AoEs were difficult. They were running everywhere and changing directions, and I was like, just pick a direction.
See, that was Graha like trying to fight me with you for your love.
Ah. Gotta pick Graha. Alright. This is a beautiful platform. Love the colors. Hello. Gotta pet you too. You did good.
Alright, back to muted.
Alright, bye.
Bye.
Miss you. This version! I love it!
No, this can't be happening.
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, You wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled. To deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mothercrystal, our final hope. Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales, and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the Crystal of Azam, yes? As Hydaelyn, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azam's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
I want to say both.
Of this, I have no doubt. For yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
I can't see anything. Everything is blurry. Why is everything blurry? She hasn't heard her true name in 10,000 years. happen to you again. So, Azure Sky, is this permanent thing, this Totaro look? I mean, I like it. Totaro is one of my favorite characters. Maybe? Oh, hi everyone. It says in chat, what happened to me? Dies from emotional damage. I see. Oh my god. Hello, my love. Are you gonna be okay? I can't hug you when you're like that. Well, I can, sort of. Now, don't take this the wrong way, but I'm gonna go talk to Graha. Hi. If Dynamis is ruled by emotion, perhaps prayer has more tangible results than I suspected, albeit ones that are not always obvious to us. In which case, we hope that Heidel's wishes continue to move the hearts of men, as they set forth time and time again. Living away! Kat, did you meet Heidelin? Pray tell, how is she? Behold the power of Catboy. Yeah. Cats have my heart. Blue, is the answer baseball? Cat knows me too well. Hello, Mr. Former A-hole. The piano version. I love, 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 love the piano version. I am glad to see you well. Though we could roughly place your souls, deep as you went, we could neither see nor hear you. The fluctuations in your ether near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? You mean to say Heidelin is... No, there's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Heidelin's will without delay. We'll find Median if it's the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over the crystal, that is. The fancy navigatory one. To the edge of the universe, where congregates the despair of countless stars, you are determined to see this through? We are. Should words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. Bury our feelings deep down for now, because that is what healthy people do. Yeah, that's not good. I love all the renditions of answers they play this expansion. I've never cried so much for a game, right? I agree to both. I know that it pains you to accept this. Would that I need ask nothing more of you. Yet we have only two means to travel the great expanse. The moon and Charlian's Ark. I am all too aware that without both of them, there will be no exodus. But I nevertheless beg you to honor the agreement we made. Music stopped. The forum's decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I could not rescind it, even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not and would do all within my power to aid your cause. With that settled, might I suggest you rest a while. Proving oneself to Heidelin is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it. You can chart a course through the sea of stars in a single day? You gods. Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then? And perhaps a nap? Well, hello there. Good to see you alive. Alright, where's my quest? In the... Hello, Valdesian Annex. Where's my closest... Over there. Let's go! I've been expecting you. I heard about your foray into the 8th aerial sea. The students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea? Dizziness? Hauntings? Well, have a pleasant sleep. And if you do experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know. I shall add it to our records. It's so quiet in here.
There you are. Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
Fast within your arms. Aw, cute. By the way, let's do these again. Now there's 2 of them. That's cute. Aww. A bold decision. Krile has urgent news. Hey Brian, thank you so much for the resub. I really appreciate it. Thank you, that is very kind of you. Enjoy the Mughals. Double Tataru, we are doomed. We're not doomed. It's double joy. Kat, I trust you had a good rest? An envoy of Master Fortunals arrived not long ago with a message. The Loporrits have determined Median's location. We've been asked to gather at the Rostra. I'll meet you there along with the others. Double Tataru, all the gold in the world will be gone soon. Lally ho. Alright. Fortune. No. Sure. Rostra? Hello, Ruby. How did you sleep? Well, thank you. Well, I should hope. It's likely the last opportunity we will have to take a proper rest for quite some time. I probably could have done with a few more winks myself. Aww. Oh no. The thought of what's to come was keeping me awake, you see. So I thought to do a bit of research, hoping I might eventually feel wary enough to doze off. But But before I realized, it was already morning. No need to scold me, I already regret it and will probably only feel that regret more keenly as the day wears on. Aww. Go get sleep. Just watched the Moonbreeder's parents scene VOD and see you had a good cry. That scene absolutely broke me and I bawled my eyes out. Yeah, that really hit hard. Beautiful scene. I loved it. Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Loporrits have deduced the whereabouts of Median by means of a crystal bequeathed to us by Hydaelyn herself. Your quarry's location is a place far beyond the moon, in the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, at the edge of creation. A veritable Ultima Thule. Indeed. How then are we to reach it? An excellent question. Luckily for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion systems, the moon is capable of delivering you to Ultima Thule, but the myriad other facilities housed within would greatly impede travel through the Sea of Stars. Even the Mothercrystal may not possess ether enough to bear so massive a vessel to our destination and back. However, if we integrate our hyper hopper into your aether burner, we should be able to fire things up and jump our way to the end of the universe in no time. Father, does this mean... Bear in mind this decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Loporrit's proposal, the Forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavor would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate the moon and to resettle on another star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Hydaelyn believed you possessed of the strength needed to overcome this crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Hydaelyn's own making. Therefore, in the 11th hour, she would proffer another means by which we may seek salvation. We would be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of this star. That is why we have chosen to place our faith in Hydaelyn, in you. The Ark will be made ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule. What of all the people that have labored so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious. I would not be so sure. They have not forgotten your deeds on the Magna Keys. Nor did your instrumental role in orchestrating the delivery of adamantite go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest. Quite the contrary. They have expressed unwavering support for you and your mission. Is that what kids say these days? Integrate my hyper hopper into your aether burner. God, I love this game. How anybody could skip through all the story in 14 to just do raid content is beyond me. I know, right? But the problem is, they don't know what they're missing. If they knew what they were missing, they wouldn't do it. Crazy kids. Are the Loperids too willing to abandon the Exodus? Were you not listening when we said we were born of Hydaelyn's love for the Aetheris and its people? If it means your survival, we would do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need of our expertise when you're going where you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life, and otherwise vexing problem our know-how can remedy. Besides, Hydaelyn chose us to lead the way to Median. Why else would she give you a crystal only we can decipher? But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate Aetheris until you brought us here, Urianger. And now we're enamored with the place, so what choice do we have but to save it? Aww. Of course, none of this is possible without you and the science, so I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? If you ever make another character and play through this again, do you think you'd stream it or just play for fun? So, she's already rewatching through it on her NA alt. No, I am skipping on my NA alt, but I do want to, like, once I get to the finish line of this story and once I'm maybe done with my majority of my grinding, at some point I do want to make a new character that's a new character with what I and go through the like everything and paying attention to everything, if that makes sense. Like finding all the little pieces of dialogue, like, oh my god, this references to this, and you know, all of those things. So I do want to create like an alt that is all about doing like a deep dive into the story. So I do want to do that. I was planning on doing that on my own time, but if that's something that you guys would want to see me do, then I'll have to consider it. Kat already made plans to roleplay an evil warrior of light? See, everyone here I think knows already not to listen to you. I played through most of the game by myself, so my alt is the first time I streamed it. Wonder if the big scenes will hit us hard and if I'll cry on stream like I did the first time. I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will. I was thinking of that too. Please do. This game has so much. Yeah. You couldn't stop us if you tried. You know what? Yes. Because my current alts that I have, they basically exist for me to be able to play with friends. And for that reason, there's always that like little bit of a pressure to make progress in there. But I do want to create an alt that's all about, you know, taking my time, no pressure about, you know, having to make progress. More like just taking everything in, even the little details. I kept saying I want to do the same with an alt, but then there's so much content, I always find something else to do. Well, my main here is going to be my main focus, always. But I do like my alts, and I really enjoy playing with those alts as well, so finding the balance with both. Isn't that what you have said about your NA alt? There's no pressure on being able to go at whatever your own pace. It is like that, yes. It is, but I haven't gone through that, like I've skipped cutscenes and stuff. Like I haven't gone through the, like, the text content. My alt is in post Stormblood now, but soon to start Shadowbringer. It's been like 2 years since I played Shadowbringers. Will be my first time understanding the meaning of things and know what happens in the future. That's so cool. My NA alt is in Shadowbringers. Somewhere there. I don't remember how far. And my OCE alt is in Heavensward. My Phoenix alt is still in ARR. ARR is such a mood. Very well, we shall inform the forum of your decision and begin preparations to bolster the Ark with a Hyper Hopper. The Loporits will coordinate with the Ilsabard contingent to have the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. My EU alt is at level 89 quest in Endwalker. Yeah. 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 Blue is a little bit further in his alt than I am on mine. But, to be fair, I do crafting and gathering on all of my alts. So, there's that. I want to make a third alt in the future for memes. Alala fell. Oh my god. Yeah, see, Alala alt is... That's just a whole different thing. Thinking of Lala Habrea as the name. In fact, I also just finished the Mothercrystal on my EU alt. Oh, really? You did? Wow. That's so cool. I made a Lala alt on Shiva for a friend's wedding. Oh, no. Isn't that odd? No, it's not odd. It's impressive. The funny joke about it, the Phoenix alt is actually the first character that I made in FF14. But then I played too much my Miko, so whoops. Yeah, the cat won your heart. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. For now, pray take your ease. It would seem there is naught to do but rest and prepare, shall we? We shall. Oh my god, you're so tiny. Speak with Elfinal. Where is Elfinal? Oh, outside. I see. Where's the door? Can we jump? Oh, yes. I have tried to make an alt that looks different than my current character. Couldn't do it. Way too attached to this character. I have the same. Like, I could not do any other. I can't. This is my character. And whenever I make an alt, it's always gonna look the same. The hair might change, but that's about it. Hello, Graha. Perhaps now I can finish that book I was reading. Oh? What? Oh, pay me no mind. I'm sure you have better things to do with the time afforded us. No, I want to talk to you. Silly boy. Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Quite. Though it is difficult to conceive of how one can best prepare to brave a domain where dynamics governs all. Nevertheless, Hydaelyn deemed us worthy of the trials that await. For lack of any other feasible options at this late stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Median as we are. Which leaves the not-so-small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and to Taru. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We will be praying for your safe return. Mayhap it will affect the dynamis for the better. With that settled, we should get some rest and make the most of the time we've been afforded. The meeting's over, is it? You were in there for so long, I started to worry. What did they have to say? The edge of creation. I see. Rest assured everything will remain in order until you return, and you will return. Actually, Kat, could I borrow you for a moment? Looks like your plans for the interim are decided. When the two of you have finished, meet us back at the Baldessian Annex, alright? Come with me to the Agora. I have something to show you. I started as higher, but when I got the free Fanta, I decided to turn Lala. Haven't regretted a second. I used my Fantasia to fix the face because I realized only after creating my character that there was actually one face option that did not have the lines on the face. So I just wanted to fix that. Have not regretted that decision. Those lines were bothering me. Did not know that there was an option that didn't have those. Oh! What? What is that? Casual attire. View manifest. It's pink! Oh, that's really cozy. those are cute. That was you? Thank you! Alright, I need to put it in my glamour dresser. To see if I can... Cheating way? Cheating way and they play triple triad! See, I don't want to play with you. Ooh, there's a sightseeing thing. Ouchie. Ouchie. Oh, God. Dang it. Don't tell me that's a jumping puzzle. Can I just jump there? Or is this a... You have to jump through hoops to get there. You have to jump through hoops to get there. From there? Whew. You know, if you dash when jumping, you land on the bottom at once without damage. Wait, what? I need to test this. Just a sec. Wait, was this up? So wait, dash while jumping. So I have to jump first and then dash? Just dash forward, jump and dash. So like, I'm not gonna go there yet. So like, jump and, like that, just dash. Oh! I don't need a dragoon for that. Thank you. I get to save my health even as a dancer. I don't need no dragoon for that. It's not a jumping puzzle, just normal jump gets you up. Well, it didn't for me. I can't jump that high. Oh, oh, hang on. From here you can. Ah, I see. All right, got it. The rostra. This building houses the assembly hall where the forum debates Charlian national policy. Once a simple outdoor plaza, the rostra would ring with heated discussion through rain, wind, and worse. Following a death by lightning strike, however, plans were drawn up for the imposing stone structure which now crowns Archon's design. Hey! Welcome! Alright. Speedy through cities like that? Yeah. Alright. Hello, everyone. I love the music here. Hello, Tataru. Tatarus. Welcome, Kat, to Tataru's boutique. She has a boutique? The Lala laugh is kind of creepy. I've always done my best to provide the Scions with fashionable attire, but in your case specifically, I make an extra effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I'm playing favorites, but you are the warrior of light. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you would need an ensemble unlike anything I've created before, and that I wouldn't be able to do it alone. And so, after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece. But then inspiration struck, and I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized. With the help of some Thavnarian refugees, I decided to set up shop here in Charlian. Of course, I would never charge you for any of our works. Perish the thought. Varsaru, how are things coming along? Everything is in order, Mr. Stataru. Will be ready to open shortly. Which is why I brought you here, to be our very first patron. Would you mind waiting here a moment longer? Oh yes, the list. By the way, can I get an updated list? I don't think I've seen an updated list in a while. The following event cannot be skipped. In that case, let me have a quick bio break, because I've been thinking about that, and if that's gonna be taking a while, let me have a quick bio break. I'll be right back, then we'll do this. Thank you for waiting. Oof. The list is so long that I can't send you just a pic of it anymore. What, really? Just made a new spreadsheet and sending a link to Kat. Okay. Alright. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. that I followed last stream? Well, now you are. Alright. Time to finish leveling Fisher in style? What makes it in style? Wait for Tataru's boutique to open. Tataru's boutique. Ah, I did not expect to find you here. Hi! I imagine Nidana would also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delivering our dragon scales to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the Aether Burner. This simulacrum, too, will stay in Charlian, while I oversee matters in Ratzathan. Cutscene can't be skipped. Gross. It is a rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining to the final days or anything else. It also allows me, after a fashion, to watch over my people in this distant land. Marshawn, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the boutique. Please, it is I who should be thanking you. This establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You have blessed them with newfound purpose and a means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they at last return home to Ratzathan, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and commerce of our land. In fact, I came here to see how your new employees are settling in, and to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity. Click, 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 click. Oh no. It's an opportunity for me as well, believe you me. Your artisans have taught me so much about Thavnarian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. I can't wait to see what kind of wonders we come up with. I pray you every success in your endeavors, Mr. Stataru. Before coming here, I heard word of the Forum's decision of what will soon be attempted. It was only then that I finally understood why my father called this star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the boundless dark, the light of bringing life must have been blinding in its splendor. You journey onto the heavens to protect that light. May the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith you will prevail and restore peace and tranquility to this star. I worry your faith in me may be misplaced. Oh God. I will not see his sacrifice squandered, nor shall I rest until Ratzathan is returned to its former glory. I should like to visit Ratzathan because I love that city. I haven't really gotten to know that city yet. Like, I haven't really spent time there yet that much. Looking forward to that, though. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. Fare you well, and remember, the people of this star have not yet given up hope, and neither must you. You don't even know the real music yet? Still? Is it only after 6.0? Oh sure, pick a serious one. I picked the good one. Where must I go to get a meal with some flavor in this wasteland of taste? Hello. Hi, Emma. Cat, old girl. Permission to kick Emma in the nuts? Granted. Thank you. Whatever are you doing here? Where do you have to go to get away from this idiot? I imagine every time he called Ruby an old girl, she would have punched him. I would have wanted to see that. Like, I have nothing against this character. Nothing. But don't you dare call me old girl. I mean, I am an old girl, but still. A new boutique, you say? I had been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yes, something with a little more flair, perhaps, befitting a man of my station. Though I have nowhere to flaunt, said Raymond, so long as my confinement continues indefinitely. I, the young Lord Fortomp, insists that so long as there is work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Charlian. You're super young, I'm the one who's old? You're 1 year older than me! That's... If you're old, so am I. Thus do I toil, though every fiber of my being rails against it. Why, I've even suffered the company of that brute Sickard to see supplies transported in a timely fashion. Exactly what exactly? You will always be super young? I don't think you understand how age works. Yet he was the one granted leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I suffer instead for his otherwise welcome absence, now burdened with extra busy work, and without Honora here, there's no one to prepare my meals. I came here in the hopes of finding a nice cafe, perhaps, Alas, the Charlian delicacies I've sampled were lacking in every respect. So there's actually one of the studium quests that has a person this dude might like because they're making yummy food. You're both super young. Have you tried Archon Loaf? You can find it in all the shops. If a hearty meal is what you're after, I'd suggest the Last Stand. Oh, I see. You think we should go with the Archon Loaf? He should get bad food? This dude called me old. But I'm gonna be the bigger person and say, I'd suggest the Last Stand. He don't deserve good food. I don't deserve to be turned into an asshole because of this dude. How about that? The cafe over on the pier? The cuisine didn't appear all that appetizing, but if you vouch for their cooking, then perhaps I will give it a try. Thank you for the suggestion, and ta-ta for now, old girl. Ta-ta. Some people don't understand unless you're mean. Some people don't understand even if you're mean. Be kind even when no one is looking, or better yet, people you don't like. Exactly, Blue, exactly. Well, well, is that Cat and Totaro I spy? Oh, hello! Hi. Hancock, what are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan. After all, any expertise required aside from the delivery of goods is well beyond my purview. But what manner of entrepreneur would squander an opportunity to study the markets of the northern seas? Worry not, I will return straight away to Kugane once I have finished. Of course you would find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage. She wounds me, the industrious woman running a new boutique. I am not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence they will succeed, and I would make myself and my business ready for their return. If you believe in them so devoutly, then why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Totaro, fair enough. Totaro is so done with Hancock. There is not more I can do to help ready the Ark and her heroes for their maiden voyage, but on your return I shall host a grand celebration in your honor at the Bucaro Inn. Accommodations are quite costly, given the reputation of said establishment, but the East Aldenar Trading Company would be honored to foot the bill. I appreciate the gesture, but no thank you. Will there be lemon cakes? Lemon cakes? Lemon cakes. Ah, a woman of tart tastes, I see. Yes, there will be lemon cakes and much, much more. The finest delicacies the world and Lord Lolorito have to offer. Yeah. But let us speak more of this upon your return, lest I draw even more of Tataro's ire. Until next we meet. We get lemon cakes. I chose the other one. Of course you did. Who's next? No one? Oh, Cat, decided to spend your time at the markets, did you? Hi! Tataru! Biggs, Wedge! I take it work on the Ark pursuits apace? Aye, it does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Charlian and Rotsatan has been a rewarding experience. And that's to say nothing of what we've learned from the Loporits. The Ark is unlike anything we've ever had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. I can't wait for you to see it. And you'll never guess who paid us a visit before we came to Charlian. Alpha! Aww, I think he sensed the coming danger and returned to check on us. Aww. The little cutie. He was always one to turn up in a time of need. And I suppose that's why he decided to join us here in Charlian. Good thing too. I don't know how he does it, but he has a knack for brightening your day just by being there. It's still hard to believe we have the means to send you off into the great expanse though, to the farthest known reaches of, well, everything. I never thought I'd live to see such marvels, yet here I am. More often than not, you and the science are the catalyst that sparks the need for these great innovations. To think how much I would have missed out on had I not been a member of the Ironworks. An awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being worked like a cart chocobo. There's that too. As busy as we've been, I wish there was more we could do for you, Cat. But no matter what happens, we have to keep believing for a brighter future. That we do, my friend, that we do. And one filled with even more adventure. Yay! When you head back, would you tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with refreshments? That's very kind of you, Tataru. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Wedge and I should get going. Still a few more supplies to gather before we return. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. She's so cute. Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please. Right. I don't believe the two of you have been formally introduced. This is Varsarut from Palgastan. Haven't we met before? Ah, yes. It was you who helped us at Perusa and again when crossing the ice fields, was it not? I doubt we exchanged a little more than glances then, but it's kind of you to remember me. Thanks to Mr. Stataro, I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It is only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity. In such times, we must look to one another for strength and succor. I know not whether we will come to call this place home or return to Thavnair, but we are here today and are glad to have contributed to the cause. And contribute they did by helping to make your new garments as durable as possible. We put our hearts and souls into them, and I have every confidence they'll keep you safe in the battles to come. But mine is so pretty, I just got this. Gods, to think how far we've come since our humble beginnings at the Waking Sands. From the rising stones to the falling snows, and even a certain insufferable someone's ruby bazaar, we were always fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when you were swept away to the first, Grahatia was there to grant you sanctuary. I'll never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Yours has been a long, long journey, and I've been privileged to watch, often with bated breath, as you persevered time and again. For all the joy we've shared, there's been much sorrow as well. But I've long since learned you can't have one without the other. Which is why I promised to send you off to the Sea of Stars with a smile. And you can be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your return. I love her. Well, that's a new look for you. That's really cool. The gear is not dyeable yet? I like it. That's really cool. All right. You guys are so cute. In addition to your new ensemble, we have raiments and weaponry for every need, so please feel free to browse our stock. You may now obtain job-specific gear from... Okay! The weapons and gear obtained can be equipped at level 89, however all item stats will be subject to item level sync. Upon reaching level 90 with the corresponding job, these items will no longer be synced. Oh! Furthermore, the gear can be dyed upon completion of the role quests associated with said job. Oh! That's how it works. I see. Dancer. Dancer has knives. I became a ninja? I became a ninja? I see. The dancer seems to be the... Let me do it like this. Ooh. You know what? I want to see it all at once. Wait, why is everything available? Anyways, dancer. 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 Let's put it like this. I want to see it all at once. This is how we do it. Oh! Oh! I love, love, love the back. I love, love, love the back. I think the back is perfect. I'm trying to put my finger on why this feels off to me. I think it needs more at the top. I think that's why it's bothering me. I feel like it I feel like the top part is lacking something. But it kind of has to be that way because of these. Maybe I just don't like the pear shape. Not enough booba? That's not what I meant. I didn't mean that way more. Like here, this is perfect. I think this is perfect. Like something is off here. Is it too simple then? It kind of has to be because they're doing so many like jewelry stuffs. Love the shoes. Something is off. It's not pink. Or that. The bow doesn't really match my hair because my hair is a little bit too chunky for that. I think the level 80 gear is better. I think the level 80 gear is better. But the back here, that's beautiful. That's gorgeous. I feel like the front and the back don't match. Neo-ish cardigan always. Oh, the one that I was wearing previously. That's gorgeous. That's gorgeous. I think I want to stick to that one for a little bit. Aww. I love it. That's gorgeous. That's gorgeous. I love it. Just hate that when you dye it, the red stays. Doesn't match with blue, does it? You get red and blue and it clashes? Yeah. I love the back of this outfit though to be fair, usually when you play you are only seeing the back of your character, so I love the back here. The bows and everything, I love it so much. The front is... Maybe if it was a skirt rather than shorts, that would do a lot, I think. Maybe it's the shorts that's bothering me. I don't know. Why are you sulking? What's... You're sulking at Graha? 'Cause you love Graha more? Blue. I love Graha, but I love you more. I used the Moogle pants with this outfit because the hot pants felt kind of weird to me. What are the Moogle pants? Oh, that's a cool outfit. That's really cool. Huh. Long black pants with gold accents. Ah, that could work. That looks like a blue mage. Love to mix and match gear from that set. The boots are awesome in that. I love the boots. Love it. Aww, everyone's got new outfits. Ah! I don't know if I want to stick to this or put the previous one on. I think I'm gonna stick to this for the rest of this stream, but we'll see the next time I start stream what I'm gonna be looking like, because I really love the previous one that I was wearing. I love the back of this. It gives me such Aerith vibes. Alright, let's continue. Friends gathered. Though delighted by your patronage, Totaro is ready to send you on your way. I realize you've still got lots to do before you depart, so I won't keep you any longer. I do hope you can find a moment for yourself, and that the others can as well. They said they were returning to the Baldessian Annex, though I doubt they stayed for long. If you decide to go looking for them, I'd suggest speaking with Kryl first. I'm sure they would have told her their plans. Just a bit more and I hit level 90? Nice! Do you mean, oh, on your bard? Is your dancer already there? There's a locked box. My god, this place is pretty. Oh, went past it. Did I say dancer? I was thinking about white mage. Whoosh. My brain. You're back. I take it you received your gift from Totaro. It was a surprise long in the making, with many, many long hours of fretting to get everything just right. I'm glad to see it realized, and with great success. If you're looking for the others, though, they've already taken their leave. Ishtola, Thancred, and Urianshe have gone to the last stand for a bite to eat. Alice and Graha, meanwhile, thought their time would be better spent poring over books at Numenon. As for Alphino and Estinian, well, they've elected to pay a visit to the Leveryu estate, though Estinian seemed somewhat reluctant to go. I'm sure they would all be glad for your company if you have mind to seek them out. Should you be feeling peckish, I'd suggest heading to the last stand before Ishtola and the others finish eating, but above all else, it would be foolish to run headlong into battle, a fatigued mess, so do remember to get a good night's sleep. Alright. That made me hungry. My god. I come out and you're here trying to scare me? White mage is 90? Nice. Congrats. Alright. How does one go there? Same time. Whee! Oh no, this will not work. How do I do this? I want my fake crown glam, but it's on a glamour plate. If I use a glamour plate, I'm gonna get the full glam. I need to go to an in room. Put all your old gear on. No, I don't want to glam on top of it because I might use it. But to be fair, I'm gonna make that then a glam piece. That could work. Yeah, I could be naked for a second. Thank you. Hi, Disorderly Andy. Welcome to the stream. How has your day been so far? Yes, now I have my weapons. That's better. I do this often. Alright. Where's my quest? Here. The fake crown weapons are just so pretty. The best weapons. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. Love the fake crown. So beautiful. Alright, Thinkred. Cat, come to make our trio a quartet, have you? Please, have a seat and we'll see about getting you a drink. I need to put a light here. It's starting to get a little bit darkish. Let there be light. Blue, why are you angry at Ruby? If they speak, I will eat a banana. Because I'm getting hungry. I do have my coffee still, though.
Your business with Chitaru was finished.
It's snack time for me. Because Ruby was on a table. Oh. I wasn't!
Thoughtful surprise. What effort would we do without her?
Indeed. And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world. Every encounter, Every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Good night, Japan hobbyist. Thank you for being here. Talk to Uri after the scene.
Where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine. But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her.
You've nothing left to prove, not to Reen nor Memphilia. We'll get through this together. Just make sure you bring enough ammunition.
Is aught the matter?
No, it's nothing. Well, lately I find myself surprised at how much I've changed. How much we've all changed.
Especially Alfie.
We've come far together.
Pizza!
And if you have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye, we will avert this calamity and return home.
Muffins.
In preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust has settled.
What with the primals and Asians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies. In all seriousness, though, in uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change. With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much will change. Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to affect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear. What of you, Ishtola? Any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds. 'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise. Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
My island.
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
Well, shall we make a toast? To victory.
To our comrades.
To the future of the star.
Hello, Ishtula. Leaving so soon? I suppose it's for the best. If you'd rather not explore the bottom of a bottle with Urianshe. Oh right, I was supposed to talk to Urianshe. I dare say the others would welcome your company as well. If you can find them, that is. In any case, as long as you make the most of your time, then that is all that matters. Alright. Make sure you leave Flora to friends list. Oh, here! Hi! Lally ho! Yes, yes, yes. Send friend request. Yes. Welcome! Alright. Yes, talk to Urianshe. I say, Cat, whence came this simulacrum that standeth beside thee? Oh no, he's drunk! Urianshe is drunk! Oh boy. I kinda would like to see drunk Urianshe, not gonna lie. I want to see a drunk Urianshe. I see false leaf, but Ishtola and Tancred but moments ago employed the self-same doubling magic. Alright then, keep thy secrets. Urianshe, are you drunk? I am so sorry, are you drunk? What? Well, you found a good place. That's adorable. Extremely drunk, seeing double. Oh my god. So many lovely people. Alright. Speak with Alisei and Alphino. So whoever is here, I'm gonna talk to them first. Alright. Off I go. Can't even remember last time I was that drunk. Maybe 20 years ago. So drunk that you saw doubles. I've never been that drunk. But I have been like blackout drunk. Hello, Graha. So, tired or drunk? I can remember the last time I was that drunk because it was the first time I drank. Wow! You have to test how much can I drink this. Oh, that's too much. Okay, noted. Not drunk enough if you can remember? Man. Back when I used to get drunk, I had a lot of blackouts. I could not remember a thing. I have been blackout drunk once and it was that time. Will not recommend it. Yeah, it's not fun. Last week? For me? No. I haven't drunk like that in years and years and years. I left that in my 20s. Lately, the only one who's gotten me drunk is my niece. But not that drunk. Mine was the day I turned 21. Wow. Yeah. Hi, Midnight Raven. Good morning, everyone. It's morning? Well, it's morning somewhere. You tried speaking with Alize, but she is fast asleep. Remember doing any silly things while drunk? I'm not gonna stream that long. Hi, Graha.
Oh. Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come. Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late.
The music.
Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over. From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love.
You deserve all the joy in the world. There is so much that life has to offer. So much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear. So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness. When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
This feels familiar. Well, 'tis good to be... wait. What are you... What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
You need sleep.
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word. I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
Wait, what? This feels familiar. Has Graha been waking up to Cat before? Cat, have you been sleeping with him? You have Lucy cheating on you? Oh my god. You better not. Oh my god. You guys are cute. Oh. It's a secret. Oh god. Just enjoying a little peace and quiet. Blue. Blue, you're gonna be nice to Graha. I love you. You're cute. But I'm still gonna talk to Gra. That's enough reading for one day. As we don't know how long we'll be away, I'd best return these books before we depart. And eat. I'm absolutely famished. What about you? I see. Perhaps I'll stop at the last stand on my way back. I told Yana and she replied with this. Oh my god, I'm afraid to check this. Blue. Like I said, as much as I love Graha, I love you more. Alright. Speak with Alfino. To the Leveria estate. Pudding way! No way! What are you doing here? I've come to this studium in order to study the ways of pudding. Study the ways of pudding. You better. Aww. Alas, my creations don't jiggle as they should just yet, but I persevere. Your pudding doesn't jiggle? I love him. See, I see you. I have a lot of love in my heart. There is room in my heart for Blue and Graha both. Hello, thank you.
Oh, what brings you here?
If Graha's taking you, I will have to take Estinian. Well, I mean, haven't you already? I'm not gonna say what I was about to say.
Ah, so you were worried that the Levia household might again be gripped by turmoil. All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face. I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
No, I have been true to you, unlike you apparently. Oh, come on. You made this all up. None of this ever happened. Me cries alone because Emmett is not there anymore. Emmett is a good boy.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink. The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it. Least of all from Tataru.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... it was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do. Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor, family is family.
Aww.
Well, it's past time we were on our way.
Wait! Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me.
Talk to Estinian after this?
To have returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful.
I suppose I ought to thank you both as well. You were never one to forsake a friend, Alphino. I'll be counting on you. I want to say all of them! Time for work. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Alright, Ryan, have a lovely day at work. Thank you for being here today. You were never one to forsake a friend, Alphino.
No, I'm not. And I'm proud of that.
To Estinian. All that remains is to return to the annex and give my armor one last polish. I expect Alphino has maintenance to carry out on those floating things of his too. Floating things. Hello, Alphino. A few of our comrades decided to remain a while in Charlian after making their deliveries. Did you happen to pass any on your way here? You're cute. I love you. Alright. Back to the Baldessian Annex. Which is this way. I love the name Estinian gave his armor. I will never let that be forgotten. Aww. When you think of how Alfie was when we first met him, he has such a wonderful character development. Yes, he does. I did not really like him that much in ARR, but man, do I love him now. Welcome back, Kat. Return to catch a final few winks before embarking on your mission, I presume. You'll be happy to know your chambers have been cleaned and fresh linens laid out. I pray you enjoy the sweetest dreams on this final night before the big day. That night at the Royal Menagerie in Alamigo.
Get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you? What was it that you sought in me?
And thus it dawns, the day of reckoning.
How often have we thus assembled? To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments. From the joyous to the sorrowful.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, we were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium, to stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
Thank you so much for the follow and welcome.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all. The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready. The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel. They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule. Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteon. As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
Yes.
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words. You must triumph. What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph. Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
Let us be off then.
Wait! Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here. Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
You're so cute! You too, Tataru. Oof. Science are blessed with the only two Lalas that really matter. Two Lalas that maybe are not evil. See? All Lalas are not evil. You're starting to see sense. Onto the heavens. Tataru is chaotic evil? What is chaotic evil? Let's send us off with a smile. I suppose this is where we part ways, for now at least. Would that I had sage words of wisdom to share ere you depart. Mayhap the teachings of Gall of Baldesion will suffice. Surrender not to anger or hatred, he said. Look beyond them, and there find true strength. What one sees beyond is open to interpretation, I think. But for me, it would be the things I cherish most in life. Things I believe are worth fighting for. Something to consider as you venture onto the sea of stars. The Charlie's a pure gangster when it comes to Gil. It's so weird to see you not blue. Oh, Aporia. Let's go. You're put on two different axes, lawful to chaotic and good to evil. Ah, I see. Hi Frida, I'm doing good. How are you? Everyone's here. Alpha and Omega are here. Quick, quick, quick. Alpha appears to be trying to cheer you on. Blip blop. The miniature model of Omega appears to be staring intently at the Ark. I love that these two are here. Graha. So this is the ship that will bear us onto Ultima Thule. That even Wilson and Bluita should be in attendance is most unexpected, but I am nonetheless heartened by their presence. For so many to see us off like this seems wholly unnecessary. Still, I'll not begrudge them for wishing us well. Living way. The Ark is missing one last but very crucial component before we are ready to take off. It should be arriving shortly. Cat is chaotic evil? I can understand chaotic, but evil? What makes me evil? What are you then? I think you're the chaotic evil one. You beat up Mommy today. Mommy was asking for it. What makes you evil? The fact that you defend Lalas? No, that makes me good.
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
Oh boy.
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder. But we did it. We finished the ship.
Yay!
It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. It's a garland through and through.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
Ah, don't mention it. Ever since that episode with Omega, I've been toying with the idea of starfaring vessels. And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. We've learned a lot, let me tell you. In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return. So, have you thought of a name?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Well,
Teeny
seeing
tiny
as its
toy boat.
purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration. And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible.
I agree, Zidana. I agree.
From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisois not fought to protect this world, and in so doing, laid down his life. Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here. In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The Starship Ragnarok.
Ah, Ragnarok.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
There's a Mogul! Mogul! Mogul!
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations.
Goodbye.
You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mothercrystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves!
Thou wouldst employ summoning, or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Care to explain for our benefit?
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Loporrits are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it. A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporrit's magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mothercrystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience. Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Indeed! Indeed! While Heidelin gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mothercrystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
Am I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner. In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But none of us would ever turn our backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship. In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
Alright, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
Lead the way.
Goodbye.
May we have a moment? In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
Portable teleportation devices, one for each of you, designed to work in tandem. Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok. There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them. Be safe, all of you, and come back.
We will.
You as well. I pray you take care.
Looks like everything is in order, so I'll go ahead and board. A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go, and Godspeed.
Oh my god, thank you so much for the raid! That's a lot of people! Welcome everyone! Welcome! Oh my god. And to hi everyone who's new. My name is Kat, and I'm playing this game for the first time. Oh my god. Whew. Oh my god. Hi. We are just about to head off with Ragnarok. So, great timing. Oh god. Before I do that though, Graha. So, the stage is set. I can but hope we are prepared to play our parts when we arrive on Ultima Thule. The key, I suspect, may lie with Heidelin's parting message to us. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goes one, so goes the other. Knowing Metian wields the power of despair, we must bring to bear hope in equal measure. Hi Sarah, thank you so much for the raid. That was very kind of you. Thank you for trusting your people to me. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. Alright. I think we can trust Sarah's community to not spoil. She makes a good group. Okay. That's good. If you would come this way, I will direct you to the bridge. Upon boarding the Ragnarok. Oh, it's a movie time warning. Hi, thank you so much for the follow. Oh my god, Blue. Thank you for gifting Sarah a sub. And Sarah, enjoy the Moogles. FF14 community is always good, so it is. So cute! Yeah, they are! Alright. Are we ready for movie time? Not me, I'm toxic and salty. Alright. Here we go. Movie time. Are we ready to board the Ragnarok? Here we go. Oh, this is so adorable. Aww.
Welcome to the bridge, everyone. I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back. Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
It's incredible.
This is Fortuno. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site.
Thank you so much for the follow and welcome.
The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
Here we go.
So, are we ready?
Yes.
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Oh, come on. The burnt-out star's got more fire in its belly. Try it again, with feeling.
Alphinaud should do it. Alphinaud should do it. He has earned it. I love this. All the nations we knew helped get the ship in shape with the adamantite, but all the tribes were also able to help as well, giving us the fuel we needed. A true united effort. Yeah. Have Alphinaud do the honors.
Me?
Yes, you.
No need to be coy, brother. Do it, and do it well.
If you all insist. Onward unto the distant stars and beyond. Ragnarok, engage. Engage!
Engage!
Why sleeping with a pilot? To keep life exciting? Oh boy. We're off! Of course. Hello.
That I must carry landwalkers into the sky. I cannot imagine a greater indignity.
Do not shout so. For thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice. So come, let us revel!
Revel.
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation. I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
Good. Sleeping Way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
All values are also within projected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch.
Carrots.
All right. Let's go over some points of caution. Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness.
We're going nowhere?
That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteon, she's likely used Dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Hydaelyn believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive and the vessel will shake a good bit.
What is this? Something is interfering with the equipment.
Well, that doesn't sound good. That's even more not good.
Greetings.
Well, we found her.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Meteon.
So this is Meteon.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters?
Oh.
I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost. Stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky.
unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you. We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffocated and extinguished now. You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end, where those who yet valiantly cling to life cannot thrive.
By the Fury. Thancred?
Meteion has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination. This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all reading to within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look. Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End. In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell. So, let them bring it to a close, I say. Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
What is this place?
Is this a dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Well, that's a good start.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
Oh. It's Ultima Phil, I just told you, silly. Well, I know, but like, oh my god. Gorgeous. Thank you. Wish I could redo this story without knowing what's gonna happen. It's a big ass place. Oh boy, oh boy. Welcome to the final zone, far, far away. Thank you. Oh boy. If Metian should strike again with such overwhelming force, I honestly don't know how we are to oppose her. I can't guarantee it will be of help in these strange surrounds, but I've readied a provisions note in case of emergency. Of course, if you are encountered any real danger here, I expect you to return to the Ragnarok at once. How does this map work, by the way? So this takes me to Labyrinth. Ah, I see. Okay. One more quest and I'm level 90. Nice. Congrats. It's big. Well, let's see. A strange new world. Well, that's a strange. Indeed. Lotus pink. Nice. Try as he might, Alphinaud can find no sign of Thancred. Stop here or try to push for end of 89 quests. I would at least want to get a first Aetheryte if it's possible. Just so that next time it's easier to come here. I would assume that it doesn't take too long to unlock the first one. There's kind of a roller coaster effect past this point where if you start, it's really hard to stop. Grab the Aetherite and stop. This zone is best done in one go. Are we gonna finish 6.0 on Friday? In my opinion, there really is no good stopping point in this part of the game. I think we can keep going with quests until the Aetherite. Before we hit the point of no return. If you want to do overtime on Friday, then that is possible. If not, then Monday. Well, let's continue just a little bit. I feel like that phrase, just a little bit, has lost all its meaning. But for real, just a little bit. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. Six good hours left, even more depending on how you feel. Oh. Just a little bit. Here it comes. A strange new world. Let's get started. We're fortunate this place can support life, albeit barely, I suspect, given the torpid, stale quality of the air. But never mind that. We must find Thancred. Let's begin our search from the prow of the ship. It seems as good a direction as any. I don't know what that word is. Try not to stray too far, lest we lose sight of one another. This last zone is long. Oh, we're going in that direction. Okay, then. Oh, no. Again, I have a birdie and I can't fly. We're gonna have to take a mount that's maybe not a birdie. Because that mount, as much as I love it, it's awkward when you have to just run. So let's get a doggy. Let's get a purple doggy. Alright. Long but agree that there is no good stopping point. Once we hit the Aetherite, should be last point we can stop. Alright then. Then that is what we're gonna do. They're petrified. I'm the same, I hate walking with bird mounts, right? Other than chocobos. Well, I mean, fair enough. But yeah, I love the lanners. I love them as mounts. I love them, but they are really awkward when you just have to run, so. Hello. Can I go talk to Graha? No! Let me talk to Graha in peace. What was this, I wonder? I don't know. thought you said they were petrified? Well, that one was. Ruins, but of what, I wonder? Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place. A relic, an inscription, anything. Oh, now I get to talk to Graha. Look here, this part is relatively intact. The intricate design of this top suggests it is man-made, though its builders were surely not men as we conceive of them. Having said that, I swear I have seen this pattern before. Structure. The metallic pillar has been partially melted, likely sometime in the distant past. The damage does not appear to have been inflicted deliberately, rather it calls to mind the indiscriminate destruction often wrought in the heat of battle. Estinian. Hello. I thought this hill might afford a better view of our surroundings. A poor decision in hindsight. Besides the light from the ship, all is shrouded in darkness. If Thancred is here, I'd never know it. From what I can tell, we are near the edge of an island, if you can call it that, surrounded by floating debris. An island? Well, that's what I'm supposed to get for doing the MSQ. Oh my god. This place is so cool. The Endwalker zones really are next level. I think the first is their only decent one to stop at personally, but that's just me. Then I have a lot of YouTube to watch too. New grinding gear and Mr. Happy videos. Oh, that's nice. So much goodness. Isn't the ambient atmosphere and music just amazing? It's very different to anything else. And yes, I love it. The colors of the sky, yes. Oh, got stuck. Ooh, cutscene. Ooh. Were you able to find anything? As I feared, and still no trace of Thancred. There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which unfortunately isn't very far. Though I can't help but suspect that someone or something is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close, and then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. Leaving me with feelings of death and anguish. Felt it too when I was near that thing. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. Excuse me? Before we jump to any conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Agreed. We found only more questions when we are in desperate need of answers. There's a fair stretch of terrain from the ship's port side we've yet to explore. Let us try searching there, then. Kat, a word before we join the others. Thank you for clearing the way. This place is so cool. What is that thing? Hello, Estinian. You see them too, don't you? The dragons. As I thought. Their presence is tenuous at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgarsummer and mine with Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive them. Could these apparitions be related to the dragons that now live in Aetheris? Better to leave such conjecture to the others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons. We may soon find dragons they can see as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder? Are you excited? You're cute. Why are you pointing at me? I see an aetherite. Please let me attune. Don't let it be blocked. Dragons. It's true they are not of our world, but to find them in a prison of despair. They're white.
Dragons? Here?
Why are they white?
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Our friend Thancred. Where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not? Oh yes. He is here, and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words.
He's formless?
Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send, I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis.
She's still kind of cute.
Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade. Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter in its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteion holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
I like Lotus Pink. It's hard to believe Thancred was able to overcome Meteion's will, but here we are. Would that the price for his victory had not been so high. Call it here? I would, yes. So not touching the next one? Alright. It's water. Why do they insist constantly putting aetherites in water? Has the roller coaster been engaged? Wait, Shaz? Hi! I haven't seen you here today. Oh my god, why am I... There we go. Lolly-ho! This is likely the best place to stop. It is actually perfect because it's exactly my stopping point. Next good point is hours away. Alright, so we're gonna be continuing on Friday then. Same place, same time. We'll see how far we get. I have no idea how much we have left. Are we at, by the way, we are still at, officially at 89. Hi! Alright, but I cannot log out here. Oh my god. That's right, we found water. When we find water, this happens. Why do I keep locking onto the damn meteorite? I can dance on him too. See, there's a huge mess going on Blue right now. Send him! Oh no! I love that. Now I want to play 10 again. Everyone is just stacked on top of you. I love it. Hello, my love. Are you gonna be okay? Are you gonna be okay? I love you. Yeah. They're taking care of you. Alright, I am gonna return to New Gridania, where there's a lot more greenery. Oof. Alright. Oh my gosh. Okay, so like I said, next stream is gonna be on a Friday. We're gonna have same place, same time. We're gonna continue MSQ right away, I think. And yeah, not sure, still not sure if I want to keep this outfit or if I want to change back the one that I had previously, because man, I loved the previous one. But we shall see. But yeah, anyways, thank you everyone for coming here today. I hope you guys had fun. Haven't played 10 in ages. Nice. Hi Jada, how are you doing? Yeah, I'm just about to end stream. You should wear the outfit with the super cute kitty ears and buttons. That's my winter glam. You can mix and match. We'll see what I look like when I start stream next time. I'm not sure yet, but there's, like, I love the back of this. Like, this is gorgeous. The front is just, I feel like it's missing something. Glad I caught you right at the end there. Looks cold in Ultima Thule, so maybe you need your winter hat. That might be. Alright. But anywho, I am gonna call it a day here. Thank you everyone for coming here, and a special thank you for everyone who joined me on my Fate farm in the beginning. That helped me out so much. Now I can get to crafting because I have so many gemstones I can buy skins. But yeah. Have an amazing rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are in the world, and I hope to see you again very soon. And if you're not still on Discord, please come and join us. We would love to have you there. We're there every day, so come and hang out with us. And I will see you guys on Friday. Bye everyone!